to learn Python from scratch? At Log to Base 2.
Hello everyone, we will going to start in few minutes. I am preparing some points to discuss. So after that we will start. When it starts in next 2 minutes. Let my work and let's start. So till yesterday, we understood about the concepts of event loop. We also know that how the event loop is created when we run asyncio.run, and also we get to understand that what the asyncio.get running loop is doing, and it is clearly written. Clearly we understood that it is returning us the running event loop, so that it will start handling the tasks and other things. And also we get that get event loop, what the async io dot get event loop is doing. It is the same loop, same functionality as get running event loop. The only difference we found that as it's as especially when custom event policies are in use, it is little bit it has some complex behavior. That is the reason we are not using it. We can later deep dive into it what is the, but obviously functionality of the both of them is same. And from 3.1.4 python version, this running event loop, sorry, get event loop also throwing runtime error if it will not able to find. Before we come sum up yesterday, we have one question, right? Why what is the what is the issue with running event loop? Like what is the issue with the event loop, right? So the issue with the event loop is the see yes, even if why this get running loop is getting, what are the cases the get running loop is getting the runtime error. So, as we understood yesterday that when we execute async io.run, it is creating the object of the event loop, and then internally these methods are executing and it is getting the event loop. But let's think like that somebody directly executed this method, or somebody executed, because as we understood this can be used by our code in our callbacks. So even the async functions, because obviously we can individually also execute these methods. If we individually execute these methods and we are not able to, then it can throw definitely, because there is no event loop present. And asynchronous without a if in synchronous function, definitely we know that event loop is not present. It is only present with this asynchronous function. But in case of asynchronous function also, if without running async io dot run, we run directly this async io dot get running loop, then we definitely throw error, because there is no event loop present till now. There is no object created with it. So how it will get the running event loop in the current program? So this is the case. That is the reason it is throwing running event loop, runtime error. Then let's go with this, the async io dot let's understood about this async, what is written below. The async io policy system is depreciated and will be removed in python. Let me go through the below points also, and I will explain after it. The async io, the async the async io dot the async The async IO policy is depreciated and will be removed in 3.1.6. From there on, this function will return the current event loop. This this function will return the current running event loop if present, else it will run the loop set event set async IO dot set event loop set loop as current event set loop as a current loop from the wasted async IO new event loop create and return a new event loop object. So we all also understood that the set event loop method, async IO dot set event loop, also what it is doing, it is setting the current event loop. It is setting the loop as current event loop in the current running program or current thread, we can say. And this new event loop method, it is used for creating and returning a new loop. Like when you are calling the async IO dot run, internally this is executing and is creating and returning a new event loop. Okay, contents page. The event loop section in the reference, callback handles, sections handles, section documents, the handle and time. The callback handles section documents, the handle and time handler instances where are written from scheduling methods such as loop.call soon and loop.call later. The server objects, section documents types written from event loop methods like loop create server and the event loop implementation section documents. scheduling method, loop logical, and the concept analysis and document, handle and timeline instances, handles and documents, the handle and time handlers instances, which are different from the scheduling methods such as loop.call underscore time and loop.call letter. The server objects and documents types returned from the event methods like loop.create or the event loop implementation section. Documents types written from the event loop methods flag.loop.create for server. And the documentation page contains the following sections. The event loop methods sections in the reference document of the event loop API is called handles. Documents like handle and time handle instances. Running and stopping the loop and forever loop or for scheduling callbacks. Scheduling delayed callbacks. Creating future tasks. Set factory tasks. Opening network connections. I think our purpose of understanding the event loop concepts is done, and we overall understood like what event loop is doing and how event loop is triggering, and we understood that what is exactly event loop, what it is doing we understood, and how in our asynchronous program we triggered it. We understood those 2 points, right? I think we are good enough to continue next part of the topic, and here we can keep this event loop part, and we will make a note of it that we will discuss in future about this event loop in detail. We will learn about it, so we will go through in detail. Event loop, understood. Event loop completed, understood. What and how, but we need to go about event loop later. So let's go to the next topic. So here let's come back here. Here we understood that together Starlit and UVCon enable fast APIs in event loops, and we understood what is event loop and non-blocking request handling. First understood that together Starlit and UVCon enables fast APIs event loop means what? Obviously, all the code in the fast APIs are asynchronous code. So whenever a method or a is executing and there it is written asynchronously, so async IO internally, as it is a part of Python library, async IO internally internally triggering creating the event loop by calling this method internally async io dot new event loop, which will create and return a new event loop object. And then this, I think this method is setting up the event loop. No, not this method, sorry. Then this method is getting the running event loop and executing it. And from 3.1.6, if you are using this method, if this method is used, it will get the running event loop. Otherwise it will again execute this method set underscore event loop, which will set the current request loop in the current OS thread, which will do task concurrency, which will eventually do like juggling of the task when one task is waiting for the data, and handling all the IO operations and database operations, and check if any task is pending. This is overall the thing that event loop will do. So by enabling event loop, it is actually enabling the asynchronous properties, not only the asynchronous properties but also the task handling, multiple task handling, giving, yeah, because fast APIs, all the method execution, everything is handled by event loop only. So by enabling it, it is actually enabling the asynchronous properties, we can say. Non-blocking request handling. So but the point here is that let's confirm this like what we analyzed. Let's after this will this non-blocking request handling we will understood. We will confirm this line from the any AI, so that we can able to understood that the way the things we are thinking is the reasoning is the same thing or not. So let's check what is non-blocking request handling in FastAPI. What is non-blocking request handling in FastAPI? Meaning of in this article, we will be going to we will be going through a really simple example of using using FastAPI framework of salary to create a non-blocking they pay put one output and one secure and yeah, request friendly in both cases. The code is found at least are both specifications and that defines how web servers communicate with each other. WSGI is synchronous, meaning it processes one request at a time. It's simple and well-established standard. But HGI on the other hand is designed to handle synchronous for more concurrent connection and improved performance. Fast API, for example, uses Simplifier as a default ACI server. We find a code and instruction on how to spin up unnecessary components like it up. You can see how pipe calls made at the same time handled by the application non-blocking manner. It is a good example of how asynchronity has been plot intensive scenarios like database calls. So it is saying that non-blocking API means non-local request handling means the thing we are saying, right? We send multiple requests and one request is waiting for a data instead of our event loop or thread. In the thread multiple tasks instead of we are waiting for the task to complete, our event loop is check on other task and it will started working on other task. Okay, so by enabling event loop only, so we can able to understand by enabling event loop it can able to so that event loop can able to do this non-blocking request handling also, and starting different sub processes if required, or again like it will check the request if the responses are come, and handling of the data outside from the CPU, outside from the RAM. So let's confirm this statement. Let's use Claude to confirm this reasoning. So what we understood that by enabling to Starlit and UVGAN enabling the features of event loop, which result in handling the non-blocking request, which enabling the feature of that no request will be blocked if a request requires some data or something. If it can, our event loop can switch to other task and start triggering it. So this is the overall thought behind the author is saying here. So let's check reasoning behind this statement. My reasoning behind this statement is by enabling event loop so that fast API application sub processes can handle no request will be blocked if data or any other operation, any other IO or database operations and what else. In the current thread. Am I right? Let's see. Routine the task. Not we will not say sub processes, because I am thinking on that previous article when it is saying sub process means it is talking about different tasks. Okay, so that's it. So here this line says that this specific line says that enabling, so Starlet and Uvicorn when enabling this, because as fast API application, web application is code is written itself in asynchronous. So once this event loop is triggered, we can able to do handle multiple tasks without waiting for the data. Waiting for the task to be complete, we can handle multiple requests that we're calling non-blocking request. And event loop always and also event loop will handle IO operations, data operations, and also check like if any task is pending. It will not stop, it will always check. It will till the time it is running, it will always check for the multiple tasks on the current thread. That is the overall thing. Let's go to the next. Identity for data models, how FastAPI works architecture. So we understood now first point ASG and Starlet and what is enabling. So due to the ASJ server is our Uvicorn, and Starlet is ASGI server gateway interface in which top of this FastAPI framework is built. Pydantic for data models. FastAPI heavily utilizes Pydantic for data parsing and validation. Data parsing means making the data into correct state or converting into correct form, and then validate it, like whatever the conditions are there, you need to validate it. Identity example of identity. Okay, let's read it about it. Let me go through it once. You define identity based model classes to represent request bodies or response schemas. FastAPI automatically converts incoming JSON into Python objects and validates fields. Identity for data parsing and validation. You define identity based model class to represent request bodies. This model also request response schemas. First step model converts incoming JSON into Python objects and validate fields, types, ranges, etc. Before you run for confidence. This provides robust layer of error checking with minimal code. Identity also serializes concept association by using standard Python typings and identity models. FastAPI include data according to your models. I understood this. Give me few seconds. I will explain you this identity, what the identity is doing here. So let's understand this identic for data for models. Let me go into it first and then I will explain about it. So first API utilizes identic data parsing and validation. Complete parsing. First thing is API heavily utilizes identic for data parsing. You define identic base model markers to represent request bodies and first API automatically converts incomplete and validates fields like before you want to point logic lines. They provide robust layer of error checking with minimal also serializes responses back to JSON by using standard Python type names and parenting models. Fast API ensures that data is validated fast and according to your so let's understood one thing that Pydantic is a library and for data models we are using Pydantic. What is the meaning of the data models? Here it says that which is representing request bodies and response schemas. Data models means request bodies and response schemas. We will confirm it later. But currently, according to me, data models representing request bodies and response schema. We need to define a base model class which will represent request bodies and response schemas. So for these two Pydantic, like how it is utilizing it. So first thing is it is saying data parsing and validation. So when we are saying data parsing, what does the meaning of data parsing? Let's check what is the meaning of data parsing. What is the meaning of what is the meaning of data parsing in FastAPI? Data parsing itself is a concept, it's understood. So it is saying that data parsing refers to, let's see, found a differently good article. Let me check that what is data parsing. Is the meaning of data parsing. In FastAPI, parsing refers to the process of interpreting and validating income request data such as JSON payloads, query parameters, and form fields. While FastAPI provides robust default parsers, there are scenarios where you might need custom behavior. This is where custom parsers come into play. So it is trying to say that whatever the incoming request data we are getting, and what are those income data, JSON payloads we are getting, query parameters, headers, and some fields, right? So whatever be the data we are getting, we are converting into proper format and validating those values before giving the payloads or values to the JSON. Let's see another any examples. Data parsing is a process of taking data in one format and transforming it into another format. So it clearly say in a simple line, taking the data in one format and transforming it into another format. We already understood in previous article that it is saying that we are getting the request as a JSON format, or and with that some path headers, and path parameters, and some forms. So it is coming in a format. To convert it into a format like objects and strings for validations, objects, strings, and classes for validations before giving it to the exact logic. So if we see here, it is saying that FastAPI automatically converts incoming JSON into Python objects and validate fields, types, ranges, and maybe the authentication validation. Lots of validations are there in between them in before giving to the endpoint logic, before executing the path logic. So those validation first will be done, then it will execute the then it will go to the execute the method that uh, the request, what we say it, this is what this is called, path request. I think path request or something we say. Yeah, the endpoint map, the method map to the endpoint. Before that method we execute, all this validation needs to be done, and when this validation will be successful, then only this the URL map with the method will execute. So this is the thing that is happening before execution of any before execution of any method. So let's consider this, and for that they are providing a layer of error checking with minimal code. Very minimal code will be there, and will all the error checking, if there is any issue, it will throw the error. Like if you see, when you are sending request and authentication is not correct, the authentication validation and all will be done, and then only authentication validation all will be done. If the authentication will fail, then it will directly throw the error, that 401 error. It will throw, okay, the authentication is failed. Now it says that, suppose for example code is executed, and now it want to return back some messages. So it needs to convert the objects or strings to the back to JSON. So Pydantic is doing for it. In the XM backend city, we see that this JSON wrapper is doing all this process. Okay, for that they are using some library. What is that library? Yeah, their JSON value, some library they are using. No, thread of JSON. They are using one library for it. Yeah, they are using thread JSON library they are using. Okay, but we already have some JSON library, but anyhow we are also using Pydantic library to do this process. Of converting the normal code to the JSON format. We need we are using Pydantic library. That only we say that Pydantic also serializes the response back to the JSON. We need to understand two things here: Python type hints. What is the meaning of Python type hints, and Pydantic models? Because it is saying that it is serializes response back to the JSON by using Python type hints and Pydantic models. Yeah, and obviously we got to know that Python only FastAPI is doing, obviously using Pydantic in the backend to do the data validation, parsing, and converting it into anyhow the models. When you are saying, we are saying the request and responses. Okay. And also we understood that obviously we know that validation and parsing anyhow FastAPI is doing, and also we understood the documentation also this FastAPI is doing. So what we understood, what is the use of Pydantic for data models means, uh, Pydantic is a library which is used for data parsing and validation. Data parsing means, we understood the data parsing means converting the data from a current form to a different form, and in which form we are getting the data, mostly the request bodies and response. The request bodies mostly we are getting in a JSON format, and we are converting it into a format format in Python format, like which have maybe objects or strings or field values, so that we can validate on it, or we can authenticate on it, like we can validate on all those fields. If the validation will be successful, then only we are allowing it to to the mapping URL mapping method, the request URL mapping method. Then after the request URL mapping method execute and give the response, give the message or return the responses whatever it will be. Then we are again converting it back to the JSON, and by using the Pydantic library, um, and then sending the response body. So just need to know 2 points here. What did you mean by Python type hints and Pydantic models? Let's understood what is the meaning of Python type hints. What is the Let's understood this fast API type and what it is given. After understanding this, we will get to the next point. In Python, allow explicitly define variable type, some parameters and return type. Then answers lower quality, help catch bugs early, improve editor support, features like auto step in fast API type is automatic request validation, generating active documentation, interactive documents, streamline the development code without type. Simple example: assume we are writing a function that takes the name of a person. Imagine though that you are writing it from the beginning, you would have eventually be that method, the method that converts the first letter to uppercase must then be called the audit upper audit. Audit or audit uppercase. Uppercase capital. Then you try it. Just one line from that letter, second exactly alter this. String. That's it. This is the type. So it is saying here that suppose for example we are expecting data in a string type. Okay, so if you will don't mention any type like string or something, which type of parameter we require, so we can send any type of, but we can't validate it, right? But the for example we are sending a JSON request, after conversion we are expecting a string type but we get an integer type, then we can throw error, right? And also it helps to auto completion. If here if you will see name string, if you will consider string, then when you type name dot, we will get lots of things. Here we are getting only arguments. See here we are not getting correct type of string handling, multiple like capitalize or expand, like string, multiple string operations we are not able to do, not getting all those things. Methods which can do string operations. So but if once we put the type, then we have this autocomplete all title. If you want to add the title, or if we want to capitalize it or whatever it be. So this is the consideration of the type hints. Once we use type, it gives us that type have multiple operations can do on that specific parameter. So anyhow, above also we are able to type it, but it is giving the auto completion thing. And more major importantly, that it validation is the major important. When the parameters are coming, we want to validate it as you are getting in a correct type. If you get in an integer type, it is not no use, right? So that is the reason we need to mention the type hints. So one thing here we got it. Let's see any other thing is there. So let trying to understand this part. Using type hints means it is responding back the JSON in the same type. So if it is, if it get the if the output is of integer, then it will using the type hints and it's sending the responses as the integer type only. Okay, so let's see. See this, maybe we'll get something better here. The key regions first, if FFL's model, you writes types, validation, documentation, and editor auto completion that we did previously also. Data validation doing map identity, obviously. Editor auto completion, automatic open API docs is happening. Okay, your box. Identity model, when you were saying here, if you see the example is given, it is a structure. ID in integer, name in string, is underscore active is boolean. So the base model we are by using identity we are importing base model and we are creating the structure, creating this is the request body, right? So the base in this consider like request body can consider parameter like ID, name or something, right? Or some flag. So it is saying that in the pydantic models we are writing our request bodies or parameters, we can say. We will get more clarity when we trying to implement it, but we will understood like what is exactly. So anyhow we will understood about pydantic models, so there is no issue with that. We will get anyhow the pydantic models, anyhow we will get. Let's see. FastAPI reads the user type, automatically parses and validates by incoming JSON. Do not need to write if not is instance checks. Type its inquiry parameters. When you create a variable, it can be of any type. Okay, so that's the reason dynamically typed language. Okay, the interpreter, it will not check any type in the compiler time. It is saying that instead of, it will check in the runtime. So it is simply saying that as Python is a very dynamically typed language, like it can be of any type, right? It's a variable when we create, it can be of any type. So that is the reason interpreter does not check anything in the compiler time, rather it does the task in runtime. So when the values came from the JSON, and that moment it found that, oh no, we get a something wrong type. So if we declare, then that validation will not happen. It will pass it. Even if we are expecting a string, we can get a integer. But if we declare the type during the code, like we see it here, where is that article gone? Count equals to 5, type count, int type, obviously. String type, this is called dynamically type. Initially, when we assign the number 5 to variable count, it is inferred an integer object. However, in Python, we can assign some other type value in the count variable. This is possible because Python is a type during. Yes. So when it is saying it is dynamically type and it do the task in runtime, that means that here we declared 5 as integer type, and during runtime it found, okay, it is integer type. When it make it string, it during compile time it did not know. During runtime only execution only it found, okay, here only when it is type count we checked, we found that, okay, it is a string type object. This variable is of string type. String object. Okay. So we understood that already, right? As Python is a dynamically type, and during runtime only we are able to know that which type of the object it is. So, and you see the different behavior when the same variable we used, same parameters we used, and we send when we send the integer type, we are it work different, a bit in string type it work different, the same thing. But when we are working with the FastAPI or something, we're expecting that these parameters should be come in a specific type, so we need to declare the type string. So FastAPI is using this type. Wait one second. FastAPI using the yeah um same article have some issue. Let's check. Oh, it is taking lots of time. There is some issue. Let's see something given. Oh, that's very. We will see when we write the code. We will see like how we are defining the types and all. See here again we get to point that item creator inheriting the base model from. We can understood that a base model means a model like which how the structure of in the base model we see that how the class is written here. If you see, it is written very clearly: name string, price float, is offer is this type. So all the types and everything is. So when the request came here, JSON came, it will validates all the types. Okay, everything it will be validated. So to understand and the Pydantic will do the validation. Means we can consider like Pydantic will check all the do the convert it into proper format and do the validation before sending that values to this type of methods which is mapped to the respective URLs. So and here also we put some types so that whatever the value is sent, the correct type will come, because any other Python is Python interpreter is also handling everything in the runtime. So if we give different type, as we see what happened with integer and string, that same thing can happen here also. So let's do it once. Item ID, integer type, item type, string, the base model from Python. Item ID is an integer and item type is pointing to custom class item created and inheriting the base model from Python. The same item contains three attributes. Meta type is attribute you declare once the types of parameters etc. Function parameters that support conversion of input data conversion. When we are saying that we are declaring, it means we are writing that okay, this id will be of this type, here this price will be of this type. When we write this during the conversion of the data, that is doing by Pydantic, he will always know that okay, I need to convert into this specific type, I need to serialize into this specific type, just like serialize the JS normal data to JSON to this specific type, and deserializes the um, JSON to, or parse the JSON to normal fields and objects or whatever. It will able to know when we declare the type. Data validation also successful, like possible, like which type of data we are expecting. If it is not coming, then we can throw the error, right? Not required below. So overall, what we understood, that Python type hints helps us to validate the data whenever, if, so that we should not send some wrong type of data. And it helps to, moreover it helps to do validation. And whenever after the execution of the method, like url connect map method, the request url map method, when is sending back the response, so we can send back the proper type. We should not send and string to integer or integer to string, like whatever be the type we declared there in the base model, the same type will be go. And even if we see that when the method exactly is executing, there also we put some type, so that whenever the values is also passing on the method parameters, it will expect the same type of parameter, it will not expect different type of parameter, so that we will avoid the confusion or errors. Like previously we see that for the, we want to do some arithmetic operation in the integer, but we send the string type, so it concatenated. So that type of issues also not going to happen. Now let's understood what is Pydantic models. What is Pydantic models? Let me get some water. Let me go through the I'll explain after. explains here that Pydantic is a powerful data validation tool which we are using for data validation for robustness and reliability of our code base, so that we should avoid errors. Type errors mostly we can avoid. We can do all type of validation, like minimum integer validation to all complex tasks, like in the dictionary, if the keys also we are using, right? If in the keys also, if we do some type mistakes, that can also be captured. So that level of validation can be happen by writing only minimal code in the that we see in the, I think in the base model all this happening. So we will understood like here data schemas with Pydantic based model means like we will understood base model properly, how the custom validations happening, and function arguments with Pydantic at the data validate call something is there, and manage setting and configure application with Pydantic settings. Okay, so we will understood few different properties of Pydantics, what are the things it is doing. So let's go through this once. Let me go through this once, and then I will explain now. That moment I told about, right, dynamically typed language. So in Java, and we see that if we don't write the variable type, in the compiler throws an error, right? But in Python case, what happened, it generally captures during the runtime. So even if we generally don't declare any type, right? But which type of value we provided to that specific variable, it will become the variable will have the same type. So in the during the runtime only, we can able to know that okay, this is the compiler, the interpreters know that okay, this is the this object is of string type or integer type or any other type. Okay, so that is the meaning of dynamically typed language. So runtime we will know able to know that okay, what type of variable it is. Well, dynamically typing is great for rapid development and ease of use. You often need more robust type checking and data validation for real world applications. This is where Python's Pydantic library has you. So you often need more robust type checking and data validation for real world applications. This is where Python's Pydantic library has covered. So one more point here is that as there are lots of things like we directly without declaring which type of data, like in Java and all, we need to every time we need to declare, right, directly using it, right, and we can directly send the value and we can mention it like okay, this variable is of this type, this specific type, and by only initializing the value. Also, and obviously this is it helping in fast development, but when we are handling the web applications, the data is coming, that should be a proper type. So robust type checking and data validation in real world application is definitely required. So to do that process very smoothly, we are using the Python's Pydantic library. it has a quickly gained popularity, and it is how now most widely used data validation for Python. Fast section will get an overview of identity. Review the library. Identity is a powerful Python library that leverages typings to help you easily validate and serialize your data schemas. This makes your code more robust, readable, concise, and easier to debug. Identity also integrates well with more many popular static typing tools like IDs, which allows you to get schema issues before is the meaning of identity schema in FastAPI. So JSON schema means JSON. It can be the request body and response schema we are saying. So when you are sending the response, right, we are saying it as a schema. Powerful tool, powerful library that leverages hyphens to easily serialize your data schemas. This makes your code more stable, size, and easier to debug. Blending also integrates with static typing tools and these schema issues before. So one overview, heading is saying that, like in this first paragraph, said that in this that by using the type hints of Python library. Okay, so identic once once we understood, it is validating already we understood, and when you are converting back the data, right, data, like when you are sending the response, that moment also it is doing the conversion also, because as we know that identity is only doing the conversion and all, so it is converting the correct types. Okay, so there is no issues with the type while in the execution flow. There will be no issues in between them, between related to type. There should be no issues. So correct type should be converted and correct type should be validated. So if the user send the wrong type, or we get we write the code wrong type, then it should be captured in early stages. That only it says that it integrates with your static typing tools and IDEs also, so that we can catch the schema issues, like while writing in the code. When writing the code, if it is if you are importing the Pydantic library, it integrated with IDE and tools, so that while writing the code only, we can able to identify, okay, we declared somewhere a different type, but here we are using the same variable as a different type. So all these type issues also can be captured before running the code. So let's go to the features. Customization. There are almost no limits to kinds of data you can validate with. Let me some break. Let me think about this specific part in properly, like what it's trying to say, and then I will explain you it. Let's take a break for 5-10 minutes, then we will go through this article. Just take the break for 5-10 minutes, then we will go through this article. Okay, let's take a break. So let me go through this Pydantic article. Important points I will explain you. Already a long break done. Let's get started. Then so first point is saying customization. It is saying that Pydantic can validate wide range of data from primitive Python types to any natural data structures. Pydantic can able to validate and serialize the Python object to JSON. Then let's go about flexibility. We can see all these examples. So like while implement when you implement the APIs, we definitely do these type of examples. So that is the reason I am storing this article, so we will experiment each and every concepts. Okay, so here it is saying in flexibility that in some cases we are expecting integer but you get float, we are expecting float but you get integer, but in other cases you can strictly enforce that, okay, no, I want only float type. If integer can show through error, that also we can enable through Pydantic. Serialization. Serialization, it is saying that you can serialize and deserialize identic objects as dictionaries and JSON strings. That means if a data is coming, you can convert it to dictionaries or to JSON. So we call them mostly identic objects because obviously the request and response are coming through identic model class, base class. So we can able to convert it to dictionaries, or while sending the response path, we can convert it to JSON strings. This line, one line is there. This capability has led to self-documenting APIs and integration with just about any tool that support JSON schemas. While implementing, we will get to know about this point. We can ignore for now. Performance. Okay. Performance, nothing much. It is saying that its validation saying it written in Rust, so it is very exceptionally fast. So these are the below are the identic installation and all it is given using models. So we till now we understood what is pydentic, what are its features. Okay, what pydentic do mostly. What pydentic do and what are its basic features, what it can do. That we why we are using pydentic, that we understood. Let's go to the pydentic models. Let's understand the using models. So here it will explain, I think, what is model and everything. We'll go to know. So once we understood pydentic model, then we are done with the pydentic. So let me understood and then I will explain. So here it is saying that, as you understood, data schemas means maybe it is talking about request and response. So let's check when we are talking about data schemas. I'm saying about request and response body in FastAPI, right? JSON request and response body in JSON in FastAPI. Request body schemas and response body schema. That is clear. We are talking about request body schemas and response body schema. Then it is saying that Pydantic model is an object similar to Python data class. So first we need to understand what is Python data class. And also it is saying that what that Python model is doing, it is defining and storing data. Already we see in the base model class define happen, and before that the types is written, right? So let's see how the Python data class looks and what is Python data. Let's check what is Python data class. The member by use the generate methods are defined using type and etc. For example, score from beta class is info beta class. Why we use self present instance class thing employee create time and output control self response self is widely what do you mean instance instance class and starting methods can serve a distinct role in Python. Knowing when to use one over another is key to writing clean, maintainable code. Install methods operates on individual objects. While class methods use CLS to access class level data. we know and we know that these are, as per my knowledge, this question will be of as we read I read it previously that in this same article only, instant methods use self and operate on individual object. So instance method, let's see the answer. Question: why should you use instance method in a Python class? To access and edit the data that an instance class wants. Obviously, instance method we will be use for object of the class, right? Next question. Methods are nice use case for class methods. I don't know. That is enough. Let's go back. Let- I will explain all these concepts after I completed. After I connect all the points, then only I will explain all these concepts. Okay. Methods use a self parameter pointing to instance class. Equivalent to an instance of a class. I want an example. Pointing to instance uses self parameter pointing to a instance of a class. They can access and modify instance state through self and class state through self class. It is saying that instance method uses self parameter to the instance of a class. Okay. They can access and modify instance state through self and class state through self dot underscore class dot. Okay. Most common methods in Python classes. Class methods use CLS parameter to pointing to the class. They can modify class level state through CLS. Can modify individual instance states. Starting method don't take self or CLS parameters. They can't modify instance or class state directly. We will mainly use them for organizational purpose for namespace. Okay. So I understood three things here. One thing is instance method. Instance method work is to do access and modify instance state of class and through self. So that is the reason we are putting self parameter. If you want to modify the class state, then self dot class we need to use class method class level state, but they can't modify individual instance state. So class level method we want modify instance method class level state instance level state variable. Starting methods not taking any self or CLS. So that is the reason if you are not able to modify class state directly. Okay. That is all of super condensable. Let's see the code. So again inside the different example, once within class, def class create def instance method self as a parameter. We return instance method called self. Okay, let's create this. Okay, it will print out or not. Print out or not. Returning something is not printing anything. The first one is the self method. First one is the self method. Okay. Out of this others using self and CLS and the define it's time to call these methods visual to the self of demo class demo dot object demo class object that this so it is confirming that element dot internal method and next to the self argument. This is object name. So this is the object name. Showing that it has self have the object ID. Demo class object stored in the self only. So instruction means I definitely have the access to object through self or argument. Python print the output instant demo dot class object at this constant method with Python equals self argument with instance object that is called obj. Self argument with the instance of obj. Obviously, so that you can, because obviously if you have the keys only, then only you can able to get to that. Okay. Instance methods can only class items self self and also access the class itself through self class attribute. This makes instant method predict method can access the class itself through the self dot class plus attribute. This makes instant methods powerful in terms of access restriction. State on object instance and the class itself. Okay. So as you see on my reading about instance method, let me give you a little bit brief discussion. I will tell you like how we are connecting, why we are learning about instance method. I will tell, but let me give you basic thing that we are now understanding the Python instance method. And first, let's understand like what is instance method. So here, like here, if you see, so you see a method, okay, which use its first parameter as self, okay. Using the self, you see that you can accessing and modifying the state of the variables, okay. So state of the, you can changing the values or accessing the values, access the variables present in the class. So no, I will not say that. Even if I can say you that instance method, if you will see, this is a instant method and it have the parameter self. And what does it say? It is saying that, so if we create the object of a demo class and trying to call this method below, if you see, we have created the object of the class demo class and trying to call this method, we are getting that the object id. It means instant method call and the self have now the access of the object, means obj access of the object, okay. So when we are saying that we can, whatever the variables will be accessible by the object, we can modify their state. So we are saying that. So then why we require an instance methods, that is also the question. do you mean by? After that, I will come back with this instance method. So here it says how can we identify a instance method. So we can say method instance method only if we define that method, we create the method name, and inside it we put first parameter as self, and one more feature it say that, so inside if any variables are present, right, we are accessing with using self variable. Okay, so that we called as instance variable, we can say. So then what is self here? So if you see here in the output, when we write object dot instance method something, we created the object of the class. Now we rate the object. Here what happened generally, it prints the instance method called and this object number, something like object where the object is stored. So what happened when the instance method is called, that Python replaces the self argument with object, this obj self. So the parameter in the self, now obj is there, object is there, the instance object is there. So that is the reason it is able to get the access of the object id. So that only that only it is saying that whenever we call the instance method with from the first parameter itself, then we are saying that okay, now this method have the access of the instance object, means access of the object. Now that's the reason self printed the object, because obviously object is stored. So object have what object contains, object contains this object id, and this object will pass the same thing to self, and now self will able to access all the variables that present in the object, that present in the that have the access of the all the variables, that all the I will not say variables, all the fields which is under the instance range, we have the access. We will see that example. So it is saying that class methods also can able to access the object class at instance method can also access the class itself through this self dot class attribute. If you are using self dot class attribute dot something, we will write, we can able to modify or access the class level thing. State of the class, state, when you are saying the state means the variables and methods present within the range of the class or within the instance. So when we see the whole class, when we write full-fledged class, then it will be better clear that what are the class state variables, class state, what are the things present in class states, what are the things accessible directly with self, and if the things are present in class state, how can we access using instance. That all the things we can able to understand. We go to the class method. So we see here one thing, we are able to call the by using the object name we can able to call the class method, but it is not printing, the CLS is not printing any instance object that it is present, that it is shown in the output when we called the instance method. It means the object of the class have access to the class method, but class method itself does not have access to the object. That is the reason it did not print any. Self itself is a variable name, you can change, put any different name there. So this tells that class level thing directly don't have access to the object. So here when we see it that CLS, so CLS, what it got passed, class itself is got passed. Okay, so here we can, and in Python mostly we are considering everything as object, so class itself is an object. Okay, so that's the reason we are seeing the self, what passed in self, instance object, what passed in CLS, class object, we say. Here it says that demo class object, demo dot class means class object. Here it shows instance object. Yes, so what we understood, that when we calling the class method and in the parameter CLS is present, and when we are calling using object of the class, instance object of the class, so CLS is automatically passing. So in the CLS, class is automatically passing, we can say that it as a class object also. So how it passing? So when you are using dot notation, right, so this behavior is automatically triggered. Same thing happening with self, when we call that object dot instance method in the self, automatically instance object of the class is passed. Let's go through the starting method. I think we will continue again in the next stream below these things, starting methods and all, because after starting method, let's understand the starting method and then we'll continue next part in the next stream. So I want to add some point. Object instance method have only have access to object instance state and also class instance state by using this to call the method. Particularly if you want to call the method or want to access the state, we can use the self dot class something, right? Self dot class something attribute, and this object, and we can call by using this object we can call the class methods and insert method both, obvious. Even if we can call the starting method also, but here we can able to know this method did not have access to class state or instance state, and the starting method and class method also did not have access to the instance state objects. Things like at the value, the fields present in the instance state class method don't have access, and instance method have access to the instance state. So these are the differentiation. And one more point is that when we call this starting method, we see clearly here that it does not have access to instance state nor the class state. That is the reason it is nothing written, empty. Calling it also like this only. We are not passing any parameters. They work like regular function but belong to the namespace of the class. They also belong to namespace of each instance. Well understood what is the namespace, what it regular, obviously it acts as a regular function only, but what is namespace and what is the namespace of each, we will understand it later. Instance method throws error. Without creating instant object, we can't call the instant method, but directly from the class name we are able to call this class method and starting method. Yes, obviously what we will pass, there is no instance object is present, so we can't pass any argument to the self. However, you don't need to call an instance method on the instance object like you did previously. And that is the syntax over that means a call. Okay, if we call like this and pass directly the object, so it will do the same thing. Manually pass the object instead of writing the self. Instead of passing as a parameter, the object will directly pass the object. So that is the reason it gives us, instead of self it directly pass the object. So that is the reason it's successfully executed and show the same output as previous. We will practically implement this later. Let some time break and then we will start working on some problems of Python problems from the hacker. Please be there, please be get ready in 10 minutes. We will work on, we'll start our stream, start our hacker rank stream. Let's implement this problem. Uh, then we will see what to do next. And up the stream, we will let's implement this problem. For the Sage, let me go through this question once. Samsung, Sage, an apple tree and an orange fields are abundance of food, which is the information given below. Determine the number of apples and oranges that land on Samsung's. In the diagram below, the red orange representing the house. S is the start point and T the apple tree to the left of the house and the orange tree is the right of the house. Samsung's has apple tree and orange tree that yield an abundance of food using the information given below. Determine the number of apples and oranges that land on Sam's house. Sam's house. Sam's house has an apple tree and orange tree that yield an abundance of fruit using So let's sum up this stream. I will continue this question in the next stream of the hacker rank. Thank you for watching the stream. Please leave your comment below if you are watching the video later. If you want to me to do some improvement or whatever be your inputs, please let me know.